Archie said first. Abstics asks WSP. Archie said I ain't playing. Archie said though. Stream Elements said Abstics is now live. Streaming Fortnite Live Customs with viewers. Shop use code, Abstics. Abstics asks anyone wanna join me? Roy Gamer said hi. Dirtbike Lover 7 said hey. Abstics asks what's up? Abstics asks what's up? Roy Gamer said I'm good. Dirtbike Lover 7 said I'm the first one here. Dirtbike Lover 7 said can you gift me? Dirtbike Lover 7 said the Battle Pass PLS. Crown Plays X said sup Abstick. Isaiah Shorts said can I join? Dirtbike Lover 7 said hello. Abstics said sorry. Can't gift right now but I've plans to make giveaways in the near future. Roy Gamer said PLS like me. Isaiah Shorts said can you add me? Abstics said yes 3 of you guys can join me for the first game. Dirtbike Lover 7 said okay loudly crying face emoji. Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or request without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Isaiah Shorts said my user is Cool Grizzly 7998. Fortnite fan said hello bro. Isaiah Shorts said okay. Fortnite fan said hello bro. Roy Gamers said I can't but my name in Fortnite is Roy Obrus PLS add me. Abstics asks what's up? Isaiah Shorts said can I join a party? Abstics asks will you agree to follow the rules? Roy Gamer said PLS add me. Cyphup said what's up? Isaiah Shorts said yay. Abstics said request to join. Abstics said WSP. Roy Gamer said PLS. Yamal_ego said can I add you? Isaiah Shorts said wait what a user. Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or requests without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Cyphup said everyone W in the chat we in 13k subs. Roy Gamers said thanks bro. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Isaiah Shorts said is it just a stick? Roy Gamers said the best. Abstics said W. Isaiah Shorts said Abstics. Abstics asks what's up Twitch? Roy Gamers said yes okay. Botrix said Botrix has correctly joined the channel. Abstics said alright, 3 of you guys can join the first game. Cyphup said no swearing in the chat, it could get you banned, please keep it family friendly, heart emoji. Isaiah Shorts said I didn't get the request. Yamal_ego said I am adding you. Yamal_ego said please add me. Yamal_ego said look in your friends list. Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or requests without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Cyphup said Abstics can you check my ac, I wanna see what level I am. Fortnite fan said Cyphup hello. Yamal_ego said look in your friends list. Isaiah Shorts said she. Are you doing custo, E? Isaiah Shorts said doing customs. Yamal_ego said please add me.
What's up, bro? What's up? Can you hear me?
Abstics asks customs for YouTube shorts. Cyphup said WSP. Abstics asks anyone else wanna join? K1NGST94 asks you doing fashion show?
Can I have a phone, Mama?
K1NGST94 asks hello? Abstics said not today. But we did some other fun stuff. K1NGST94 said nigget. Cyphup said griefers. Cyphup said Abstics don't get people from me, there might be griefers. Abstics said check it out. Yamal_ego just followed. Dragan just followed. Abstics said yep. Casin Cox said I am in your party. Abstics said alright. Scythup said mention everyone to join a voice channels and get their users. Scythup said if someone briefest ban them from Discord. King Fling Edit said bro Abstics WSP. Abstics said we'll make those custom shorts after some BR games. Abstics said great. Roy Gamers said PLSG out from the game and let me join PLSSSS. Abstics said after this game. Roy Gamer said PLSSS. Cypop said Abstics with people from PC channel and let them write their names and if someone grief sake how to find him. If you have TikTok, can you follow me, brother? Check out news answers and skins, my account backband index point right multi-arts now. Cuddy the crew said below. Cypher said WSP Honey. Roy Gamer said PLS Abstics, I'm your biggest fan. Fuck said next game he'll make sure you got okay. Please be patient. Abstics said don't request now. Roy Gamer said okay. Scythe up said bro, why am I getting random notifications of some random stream? Said I got a naughty of someone I just need to sub to. Roy Gamer said Abstics, I'm your biggest fan. Scythe up said thank you Ray. Roy Gamer said you're welcome. The games just followed. Cyphup said Abstics, do you agree to get PPF from Discord to join the party for each short video? Roy Gamers said face purple crying, face purple crying, face purple crying, face purple crying. Abstics said yeah. Cyphup said Ray don't spam emojis PLS. Roy Gamer said okay. Cyphup said once Abstics get a mic soon we'll be having fun. Abstics said yeah. Abstics said they can spam emojis then. Roy Games said yes, you're right. Cyphup said there is no way of winning this. Cyphup said like every time I don't join you guys always win. Casing Cox said I am Black Kangaroo, 284. Casing Cox said I am in your party. Roy Gamer said, can you let me join your party Abstics? Kason Cox said turn on your mic, I will not swear. Sci-Fuck said he doesn't have a mic right now. Sci-Fuck said he will let you join after the game finishes, Ray. Abstics said why is there another kid in the back? Kason Cox said you got this. Abstics said crap. United Games said hi, I'm a new YouTuber and I liked and subbed. Said thanks. Abstics said nice try. Abstics said this is an entire different trio. Shadow Ops just followed. Giannasos just followed. Abstics asks who else would like to join us. Cameroon asks hello Abstics, how are we today? Abstics said great. The Acolyte said Abstics, do you want $1 million? Cameroon asks could I have a game? Abstics said yes, gift me. Shadow Ops said I am good, thanks for asking, and BTW I am new here, just liked and subscribe. Abstics said yes after this game. Abstics said thanks Shadow. Shadow Ops said no problem my man. Roy Gamer said I love you Abstics. Kason Cox asks can we play something else after this? Abstics said I'll get a new mic soon and we'll be making a lot of fun stuff. Abstics said yes. We'll film some YouTube shorts in my Fortnite games. Shadow Ops said Abstics, can I maybe play, and why isn't no one talking? Abstics said next game. Cameron said yes. Shadow Ops said from Abstics. Shadow Ops said you got team. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Leo 11 said what region? Cypop said 17 in the chat copy. Shadow Ops said Abstics, are you guys playing Reload as well? Said yes. Abstics said, do you wanna join? Shadow Ops said, so are you guys only playing Battle Royale right now or anything else as well? Cameroon said we could do customs if you want. Mania said hey. Abstics said okay. Shadow Ops said socials. Mania said hello. Nightbot said hang with Abstics on more socials. Casin Cox said can we please do a custom? Abstics said Fortnite crashed. Mania said oh. Abstics said ones. Abstics said no way Fortnite just crashed. Shadow Ops said I am down for playing customs but reload or battle royale or anything else. Casin Cox said obstacle, we will wait for you. Cameroon said ah. Cameroon said Abstics asks what customs should we play? Cyphup said W26 people here. Shadow Ops said my game crashed. Abstics asks BR or reload? Cameroon said I vote reload but I honestly don't mind. Chase Lewington said hi. Shadow Ops said reload would be nice. Cyphup asks wait how did it crash? Shadow Ops said Discord. Nightbot said join the Discord community of Abstics. Abstics asks what's up guys? Mania said reload. Casin Cox said invite me flat kangaroo. Chase Lewington said what code? Abstics said we got 27 people on YouTube. Everyone type W in the chat. Abstics said we gotta get more people. Jennifer Ash said add me. Abstics said we'll host 100 players custom after I get my new mic. Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or request without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Jennifer Ash said it's Kai_Ash69. Abstics said alright we're at 34. Casin Cox said I do not have Discord. Cyphup said W34 people WSG y'all. Abstics said guys we can actually do 100 players customs today. Chase Lewington said code. Jennifer Ash said I'm a huge fan. Abstics said we gotta get to 100 common chat. Cameroon said W. Casin Cox said yes. Abstics said W. Cameroon said you deserve this breakthrough, man. Shadow Ops said I joined Discord. Cyphup said 43 WSP. Jennifer Ash said guess say W in a chat. Chase Lewington said code PLS. Abstics said thank you so much. Cyphup said thank you Shadow. Casin Cox said I don't have a Discord. Jennifer Ash said W. Casin Cox said I don't have Discord. Abstics said chat everyone join my Discord if you have a Discord account. DSC. Jennifer Ash said W for him. Shadow Ops said what's code? Jennifer Ash said but I'm new. Abstics asks what server should we play the customs on? Casin Cox asks what is the custom code? Chase Lewington said code. Abstics said everyone type your server. Abstics said we got you Jennifer. Chase Lewington said regen. Shadow Ops said I am on EU but I played on NAC and so as well. Jennifer Ash said Kai_Ash69. Mania said West. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Reload Squads Server Europe. Cameroon asks do you mind telling us what region and code is please? Abstics said here's the code, R123 Reload Squads Server Europe. Abstics said everyone queue in right now. Shadow Ops said I'm a try 1v4. Shadow Ops said can you guys wait real quick need to turn performance mod on. Jennifer Ash said I'm going to sleep. Abstics said we gotta do 100 players customs today. Everyone like the stream. We'll get more people to join our stream that way. Abstics said guys we'll get it done today. Casin Cox said let me join please I don't have anything. Shadow Ops said can we queue now? Jennifer Ash said good night. Abstics said everyone smash the like button. Abstics said you all can join. Jennifer Ash said NVM can you gift me? Abstics said yes queue in right now. Abstics said everyone queue in right now. Leo Games said hi I want to join my user at Tosoika123. Casin Cox said please let me join. Chase Lewington said what are we doing for? Abstics said here's the code, R123 Reload Squads Server Europe. Shadow Ops said like what are the rules like don't kill until 3 zone. Abstics said never mind we play BR customs. Abstics said no rules for this game. Shadow Ops said try a new code. Abstics said this code works now, try again. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Shadow Ops said yes, can we try reload again, maybe because you needed to download it. Chase Lewington said I was second. Chase Lewington said only 4. Abstics said chat, if you like the stream we'll get more people on the stream and do a 100 players customs. Cameroon said if we don't get enough players we could always go duos, Phil BR. Chase Lewington said now 7. Abstics said everyone queue in if you wanna play right now. Shadow Ops said Abstics, can you maybe try to download for reload now? Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Chase Lewington said 8. Abstics said sure. Leo Games said absurd, I have a question, I have baby oil in my drawer, want some? Abstics said we'll play reload after some time. Casin Cox asks how do I know if I'm in? Abstics said it'll show queued. Shadow Ops said okay, Abstics, he'll remember it. Chase Lewington said are we doing Simon Says. Shadow Ops said is it normal that I am trying to 1v4? Abstics said none, request to join me. Just queue in. Cameroon asks you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but what is her first name? Casin Cox asks do I have to the European region? Abstics said we'll do. Abstics says after getting a new mic soon. Abstics said yes, switch the server to Europe to play the custom game. Shad Zero Wopst just followed. Abstics said thanks for the follow. Casin Cox said I do not know how to do that. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Shadow Ops said that's me lol. Bobby said is it too late to join? Chase Lewington said everybody join. Leo Games asks hi, what is it, fashion show or hide and seek? Abstics said alright, enter the code here. Casin Cox asks how do I change my region? Bobby said what's the code? Admin error 404 said hello, I'm here. Cameroon said we may have to do duos since there will be only be 2 teams. Abstics said no, it's a regular BR game. Chase Lewington said settings. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Bobby said know the matchmaking code. Bobby said K. Leo Games said OK. Abstics said there's so many people on YouTube but they're not joining. Chase Lewington said only 9. Abstics said here's how you change your server or region. Abstics said get to this settings. NerfKid0813 said ra. Leo Games said Shay. Abstics said everyone queue in if you wanna play the customs. Leo Games said Shay. Shadow Ops said yo Abstics I think we should switch to duos. Admin error 404 said I'll join soon I'm just eating RN. Abstics said alright. Abstics said alright switch to duos. Casin Cox said please don't I just figured out how to do it. Chase Lewington said regeneration PLS. Leo Games said dirty I'm my butt. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Shadow Ops said oh man at 2 PM I am in school sadly. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Duos Server Europe. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Duos Server Europe. Abstics said everyone queue in right now. Chase Lewington said I joined. Casin Cox asks why won't it let me do it? Abstics said chat, everyone favorite me in Fortnite. Abstics said make sure you switch the server to Europe. Abstics said then try again. Bobby said what happen if you win? Shadow Ops said yay what happens if you win like? Abstics asks chat, we're still at 10 likes. Can we get it to 50 like PLS? Bobby said also can you repeat the details? Abstics said we're playing customs just for fun so no prize or anything. Chase Lewington said how 87 levels. Abstics asks details of what? Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Duos Server Europe. Shadow Ops said bro I am level 100. Bobby said Dism. Scyphup said the custom details is pinned. Bobby said can you make it solo there's only 8 PPA? Abstics said because I play my creative games check them out here. Abstics said, FN. Nightbot said favorite Abstics in Fortnite. TRXLL said what is the code? Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Abstics said we can do duos. Abstics said everyone PLSQ in. Cameroon said we could start now if you want to. Abstics said yeah we will. Shadow Ops said 48 viewers let's go. Bobby said I'm confused is it duos or squads? Chase Lewington said start. Abstics said we gotta get 100 people in our customs. Abstics said everyone please smash the like button. Abstics asks should we start? Shadow Ops said Abstics wait like 2 more mins. Chase Lewington said start. Abstics said hurry up Shadow. Admin error 404 said I'm getting on FN. TTVSH4 said code, R123 EU server. Abstics said or you can join the next game. Shadow Ops said I am queued. Bobby said I forgot is it duo or squad? Abstics said hurry up admin. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Shadow Ops said duos. Abstics said duos. Cameroon said that will make it 10. Scyphup said it's squads. Shadow Ops said Bobby it is duos. Bobby said K. Abstics said we could play 50 players customs easily. Scyphup said saying squads skull emoji. Abstics said not squads are changed. Cameroon said yeah I agree, but it's such a shame that people aren't joining. Shadow Ops said yo Abstics wait 1 more min for Theus who are loading Fortnite. Scyphup said I should be able to play in 30 minutes. Chase Lewington said how many players start? Abstics said prove you're not a bot. Abstics said join our game. Abstics said here's the code, R123 Battle Royale Squads Server Europe. Bobby said I'm queued. Chase Lewington said him in. Abstics said W. Abstics said yep. Shadow Ops said Abstics how much more time? TTVSH4 said start. Scyphup said everyone queue in RN. Bobby said can you PL start? Abstics said don't worry. We'll get 100 players customs soon. Chase Lewington said let's go. Scythup said there is no way 44 PPA and 10 queued only. Abstics said yes we're starting. Bobby said Abstics said one more player. Cameroon said I hope you do man, I'm rooting for you. Shadow Ops said Abstics I am playing solos against duos so you can do start. Abstics said Kappa Kappa. Abstics said alright here we go. Bobby said y'all are cooked. Cameroon said good luck comrades. Shadow Ops said bro why aren't we cooked Bobby? Abstics said, DSC. Nightbot said join the Discord community of Abstics. Bobby said cause I'm a cook y'all. Shadow Ops said don't stream snipe everyone. TTV Sage4 said I am Dig Savage who is my duo. Abstics said W Shadow. Tip Abstics here. Shadow Ops said good luck. Shadow Ops said and don't team. Shadow Ops said with others enemy teams. Bobby said which one of y'all is I Evo 6? Scythup said I should be out giving rules smiling face with forward emoji. Said JKTHX Shadow for reminding. Chase Lewington said in red car red. Abstics said GG. Shadow Ops said played to many customs so I know the rules. Said everyone say GGS, no harm here. Cypher said if you die say GG. Shadow Ops said come let me keep my hype 1v2. Shadow Ops said good luck to y'all, hope you guys have fun and if who is going to win and show what you are guys or demons in this game. Cypher said when I was 10 my first season was chapter 2 season 2 I only played for fun not checking Fortnite leaks or bug fixes, just pure fun. Jones said hi, do you remember me? Error. Abstics said ETF. Abstics said no. Cypher said dang, he snuck behind you. Abstics said yes, I remember. Abstics asks chat, everyone smash the thumbs up. Why is there only 11 likes? Bobby said GG Stu. WOMPY asks Abstics, do you remember me? Abstics said sorry, no. Abstics asks, did you join any other stream? Chase Lewington said reload next. Abstics said LOL. Shadow Ops said how did fall damage kill me? Cameroon said Abstics said let me get the download completed. Abstics said GG. Cameroon said I'll take a win even if I didn't earn it. Abstics said sure. Shadow Ops said GG. Shadow Ops said but how did I die there? I got shockwave up and died to fall damage. Abstics said use code Abstics everyone. Chase Lewington said I was 6th. Ryan Jones said when. Shadow Ops said I was 2nd but I could've won. Abstics asks what's your favorite Power Ranger? Cyphup said red. Shadow Ops said red. Chase Lewington said red Power Ranger you killed me. Ryan Jones said are you going to do a Hein and Skink? Cameroon said Shadow I shockwaved up and maybe destroyed her builds and you fell but I'm not too sure. Ryan Jones said pink. Abstics said the red is lit. Cyphup said wait wasn't the Power Rangers 1500 V-Bucks here am I trippin'? Chase Lewington said Simon says. Shadow Ops said yo Abstics can I add you maybe? Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or request without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Cyphup said no way Boundless is back. Ryan Jones said can you send me a skin I be there for you all the time every live so think about it. Shadow Ops said agreed Max Seal do send text messages over direct messages and I even got premfnadded and don't invite him or Aegis to join. Cyphup said how much are they? Abstics said here's the code, R123 reload duos server Europe. Shadow Ops said duos. Abstics said here's the code, R123 reload duos server Europe. Abstics said everyone queue in. Shadow Ops said I'm a do duos agains. Chase Lewington said what are we doing for? Ryan Jones said can I invite you so you can be my duo? Cameroon said I'd love to 1v1 you Shadow. Ryan Jones said please. Abstics asks Chase. Chase Lewington said like fur. Shadow Ops said Abstics my user is Stoshnuffy65BTW so anyone can add me I got soon max friends list so it as much as I used to. Abstics said yes just play normally. Chase Lewington said okay. Ryan Jones said can I invite you so you can build my duo please? Abstics said I won't team up with anyone. Ryan Jones said I am a level 109. Shadow Ops said Abstics I agree to a rule to add you BTW. Chase Lewington said how can I level up? Cameroon asks Shadow what's her username? Chase Lewington said fast. Shad Zero Wopst said Stoshnuffy65. Abstics said just play my Fortnite games. You'll get insane playtime XP even if you're AFK. Cypher asks is there a 1200 V-Bucks boundless skin? Ryan Jones said Bed Wars play yem. Chase Lewington said thanks Abstics. Abstics asks a username. Shad Zero Wopst said yes. Cameroon asks wanna collab Shadow? Ryan Jones said can we do a giveaway whoever wins this round? Abstics said make sure you all favorite me on Fortnite. Abstics said, FN. Nightbot said favorite Abstics in Fortnite. Ryan Jones said I do. Shad Zero Wopst said what you mean by collab like what so I can think about it. Ryan Jones said start. Abstics said thanks. Arrakis FN said 30 watching. Chase Lewington said can we go? Ryan Jones said start. Abstics said we got almost 50 people watching today. Tamaruin said, oh sorry, I meant wanna be my duo maybe for the next game, it's fine if not. Abstics said, I believe we can do 100 players customs. Arrakis FN said, W do. Ryan Jones said, yes my goat emoji goat emoji goat emoji goat emoji goat emoji. Arrakis FN said, I'm not in. Internal_error. Arrakis FN said, or. Chad Zero Wopst said, okay yay I am down. Arrakis FN asks, can you do any region? Ryan Jones said the default. Abstics said, join the next custom. Arrakis FN said, what region? Abstics said Europe. Chase Lewington said square meals. Arrakis FN said, holy god Luot. Abstics said, we don't talk about what just happened now. Arrakis FN said, you didn't do that on purpose lol. Scythe said, that's not our fault. Ryan Jones said, can I be your duo please my goat emoji. Shadow Ops said, fight me at Square Meals. Daniel Urbanovich said, yo. Arrakis FN said, up skull emoji. Chase Newington said, I stormy _321. Internal_error. Scythe said, I'm meaner. Abstics said, thank you for the heart princess. Chase Lewington said, I'm Red Ranger. Arrakis FN said, yo Abstics. Arrakis FN said can you please do name? Arrakis FN said please. Abstics said alright next customs and Arrakis FN said Chase Lewington said in Red Dead. Caleb said yo WS. Arrakis FN said W man W streamer W Abstics W Fortnite map dev. Nightboss said trip Abstics here. Caleb said WP. Abstics said Chase Lewington said in Red Ranger. Shadow Ops said GG. Abstics said what a play. Abstics said GG. Scythe Up said Ryan this is our last warning don't swear. Arrakis FN said haha blood was showing off. Shadow Ops said nah East Toe okay. Shad Zero Ops said GG. Shad Zero Ops said one of the duos. Chase Lewington said that's me. Abstics asks chat guess who wins? Shadow Ops said the solo. Scythe Up said Red Ranger skin. Shadow Ops said bro inoscoped a bit too much. Shad Zero Ops said Cam and Ruin we can be duos. Abstics said no. GG. Abstics said I won't team up with anyone. Chase Lewington said yes I win. Arrakis FN asks solos or duos? Shad Zero Ops said Abstics not you I mean the other one. Abstics said here's the code, R123 reload duos server R East. Internal_error. Abstics said here's the code, R123 reload duos server R East. Shadow Ops said yo when you going to stream TMR. Chase Lewington said I won as Red Ranger. Abstics said every day at 2 p.m. ET. Arrakis FN said do solo or not. Chase Lewington said W. Arrakis FN said cuss I have no ferns. Arrakis FN said friends. Arrakis FN asks can we duo? Arrakis FN asks Sif wanna duo? Shadow Ops said so like for me you were live today at 9 p.m. BTW I live Europe so that's why and I play on controller so my edits aren't that clean. Abstics said you can go Phil. Chase Lewington said can I add you? Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or request without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Chase Lewington said yeah. Arrakis FN asks can you add me? Arrakis FN said my alt. Shadow Beast said hello. Abstics said same rules apply to everyone. Shadow Ops said yay. Shadow Beast asks code. Abstics said what's up. Arrakis FN said and I agree. Chase Lewington said usual Magpie 98202. Abstics said everyone smash the like button to get it to 30 likes. Abstics said here's the code, R123 reload duos server R East. Shadow Beast said code. Arrakis FN said smash loudly crying face emoji folded hands emoji. Shadow Beast said OTHX. Shadow Ops said good luck to y'all and everyone can win even if there are not as good as some other players just show what you can do and just have fun in such games. CJ King said hi waving hand emoji. Arrakis FN said Abstics that's 2017. Abstics said what's up. CJ King said hi. Abstics said I don't find you. Arrakis FN said add me. Chase Lewington said usual Magpie 9802 sorry. Abstics said still incorrect. Harley edits clips said hi. CJ King said hi. Internal underscore error. CJ King said hi. Abstics asks what's up. Shadow Ops said everyone I hope anyone of will win. Arrakis FN said yo. Abstics said join our game if you want. Arrakis FN said yo yo. Abstics said CJ Kinv. Arrakis FN said add me. Chateau Beast said, speaking silhouette emoji, smiling face with horns emoji. CJ King said hi. Chateau Beast said GLHF. Abstics said here's the code, R123 reload duos server R East. Chase Lewington said I'm so sorry Stormy _ hey 2. Abstics asks what's up CJ King? Shadow Ops said Abstics I hope her win as a solo. Chateau Beast said F. Chateau Beast said F. CJ King said hi I'm a big fan go FCK yourself. Chateau Beast said whoops. Abstics said you gotta be kidding me Chase. Chase Lewington said that's my name. Chase Lewington said though. Arrakis FN said yo. Abstics said hey CJ. No cussing. Harley edits clips said shit on my face. Shadow Ops said yo mod someone trying to say the F word. Abstics said thanks for the follow. Chad Zero Wopst said www. Arrakis FN said mods ban that guy and blow up his house. Chateau Beast said I subbed. Arrakis FN asks where do I follow from? Abstics said thanks also favorite me in Fortnite. Abstics said, FN. Shadow Ops said Abstics I hope her win the game. Nightbot said favorite Abstics in Fortnite. Abstics said Twitch. Abstics said, socials. Arrakis FN asks start. Nightbot said hang with Abstics on more socials. Abstics asks should we start the game? Chateau Beast said follows on Twitch and TikTok but sub is on YouTube. Shadow Ops said yes start. Chateau Beast said yep. King Part 2 said hi Abstics. Abstics said what's up CJ no cussing. Chateau Beast said bruh. King Part 2 said him back. Chateau Beast said W alt. Shadow Ops said Abstics CJ King is back with another account. Chase Lewington said I'm sorry that was my username. King Part 2 said okay I won't cuss. Berry 1 said hi Abstics. Chase Lewington said you're with me. Berry 1 asks what are we doing RN? Abstics said what's up. King Part 2 said, can I just cuss a little please? Abstics said, check out the pinned chat. Perry1 asks, nothing new? Perry1 said okay. Abstics said no. Perry1 asks customs. Chase Lewington said, you're on my team. Chase Lewington said abstinence. King Part 2 said, can I sub? Scythe said, I have Wi-Fi and I will join fire emoji. Said you can sub for sure. Scythe said yes, you can sub to support Abstics. Alex said, sir, can I play? Chase Lewington said, sorry Abstics. Abstics said yes, everyone can play. Arrakis FN said GGS. Scythe said, Abstics, you can't just let any swear slide, mute them for 24 hours if they swear. Abstics said, get your friends as well. Shadow Beast said, I'm a solo. Chase Lewington said, I was Red Ranger. Abstics asks chat, when are we making the YouTube shorts? Chase Lewington said, who is winning? Perry1 just followed. Abstics said mods, and a new post about it on Discord. Abstics said yes. Berry1 said I followed. Abstics said we're gonna film a YouTube shorts as well. Cyphup said huh. Shadow Ops said GGS. Abstics said check it out. Berry1 said Dino dance. Cyphup said send you what? Berry said hi. Chase Lewington said we were 5-toe. Shad 0 Watts said I can't play on almost 450 ping. Shad 0 Watts said it's fine to GGS. Abstics said new Discord post mentioning everyone in. Abstics asks what's good, Berry? Berry said I smile. Alex asks I can't join, is it because you're not in lobby? Abstics said, FN. Nightbot said favorite Abstics in Fortnite. Abstics said yes, this game has to end. Alex said oh okay. Caleb said how long has it been going? Caleb said the game. Shadow Ops said I'm a go off now so I am back TMR but I have EU time, when are you then on by EU time? Cameroon said Shadow you still about? My game crashed sorry. Abstics said Google 2 PM ET in EU. Chase Lewington said are streaming tomorrow. Abstics said no problem. Berry said 3 PM. Abstics said yes. Every day at 2 PM ET. Chase Lewington said okay. Shadow Ops said for me the 8 PM he'll be back at 8 PM and join stream. Abstics asks chat, guess who wins? Cyphup said Abstics I'm a level up in a map so I can get the Green Ranger skin. Alex said I'm playing Mario Kart waiting for this face with tears of joy emoji. Berry said the Loveland team. Berry said we win maybe. Chase Lewington said power loaders. Abstics said we're gonna film the YouTube shorts after this game. Chad Zero Wopst said yay. Abstics said we'll accept only trusted people who won't grief us. Chase Lewington said okay. Chad Zero Wopst said I'ma do 2 more games. Cameroon said nice. Chase Lewington said I never grieve. Shadow Ops said Abstics am I trusted or not? If I can ask I played in many customs as well from others. Shadow Ops said and I never grieve. Abstics said to be trusted, you must join the DSC. Arrakis FN said can I? Cameroon said at Chad Zero Wopst did you want to wait for the next custom? Abstics said, DSC. Nightboss said join the Discord community of Abstics. Arrakis FN asks what about me? Abstics said but maybe we can take you. Shadow Ops said I am on DC. Shadow Ops said join. Abstics said K you can join. Chase Lewington said I don't have Discord turn. Scyfup said Abstics remember what I said get people to join the short video from Discord. Chad Zero Wopst said yay. Arrakis FN said Abstics. Arrakis FN asks me? Chad Zero Wopst said someone I am doing a short video with him. Abstics said Chase, we'll think about you. Abstics said Arrakis you can join. Chase Lewington said okay. Abstics said yes. Arrakis FN said alright. Berry said can I join I don't have Discord. Chad Zero Wopst said what short is it going to be? Abstics said okay Berry you can join. Berry said okay slightly smiling face emoji. Scyfup said you must be in the Discord server that's a new rule to prevent griefers. Chase Lewington said PLS Abstics. Abstics said we all racing through tracks hitting the same emote. Scyfup said Abstics he might grief. Shadow Ops said which emote? Berry said who? Berry said BTW what's a grief? Abstics said we'll make another lobby removing the griefer. Arrakis FN said at Berry ruining something. Chase Lewington said PLS. Berry said Otai Arrakis. Sci-Up said it's like ruining our plan. Shadow Ops said Abstics which emote if I can ask. Arrakis FN said very NP. Chase Lewington said can I join? Abstics said I'll tell what emote to do. Sci-Up said I got the green rain DE. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Abstics said yes you can. Chase Lewington said thanks Abstics. Shadow Beast said RGGS. Shadow Beast said second as a solo mid. Shadow Ops said I got 8 pages of traversal emote. Abstics said request to join my party. Abstics said we're gonna film the YouTube shorts now. Alex said what's the code? Arrakis FN said add me PLS. Abstics said no code. Berry said Middle East. Internal_error. Shadow Ops said got the ranked cup leader from tournament today. Caleb said yo. Berry said I'm gonna have 300 ping. Chase Lewington said can I add you? Caleb said mind if I join? Abstics said remember, if you don't follow my commands, you're getting banned. Abstics said yes tell me a user. Abstics said no. Arrakis FN said add me. Arrakis FN said that's my user. Chase Lewington said GG. Abstics said never try to grief my video. Shadow Beast said can I add you my user is Shadow Beast. Abstics asks which one? Arrakis FN said add me. Arrakis FN said bro. Shadow Beast said 518 bones. Arrakis FN said add me. Chase Lewington said I told you my but I didn't come up. Arrakis FN said bro add me. Internal_error. Abstics said you're already added. Arrakis FN said it's my alt. Abstics said why are you asking to add again and again? Arrakis FN said in banned on name. Alex said I can't add you cause I have a parental code that I don't know. Arrakis FN said add me. Arrakis FN said you're just dodging me. Abstics said tell me out. Shadow Ops said he'll listen good. Chase Lewington said I have to add you, you can't add me, I'd why. Abstics said mods, take a screenshot and post it on Discord to let all know we're filming a YouTube shorts. Shadow Beast asks Abstics sorry did you send friend request? Arrakis FN said wow. Arrakis FN said so are you finna add me? Abstics said I didn't find you. Trust Thackett said can you add me? Shadow Beast asks me. Abstics asks what's your user? Trust Thackett said my name is Local Scallop 2608. Shadow Ops said how many players do we need? Abstics said friend request me. Abstics said we can have up to 20 people. Scythe said I'm a restart cause my PS4 is lagging. Skuid just followed. Nightbot said at Arrakis FN, greater than beep boop. Stop spamming caps. Trust Thackett said can you talk? Shad Zero Wopst said W. Shadow Beast said I'm 518 bones or Charty Beast. Abstics said W. Shadow Ops said he is buying soon a new mic. Arrakis 2 said I cooped it. Arrakis 2 said accept it. Chase Lewington said him in your lobby. Scythe Up said if you grife I will ban you forever please don't grife. Arrakis 2 said CFAD me. Shadow Ops said who switched the map. Chase Lewington said there is stream dealy. Arrakis 2 said Erlene. Abstics said everyone join the party if you wanna be on the YouTube shorts. If you try to grief our YouTube video, you're getting a permanent banned. Cameroon asks how many people do you want in this custom Abstics? Shadow Ops said are you telling the commands over chat? Abstics said over the live chat. Shadow Ops said like what we should do. Arrakis2 said at Abstics, you're just dodging me. I keep saying add me, sent you a friend request, it has the yellow mark right there. Arrakis2 said my user is ArrakisFN. Abstics said check out this clip. Arrakis2 said no. Chase Lewington said stream daily. Shadow Ops said which mic is trash RN. Shadow Beast said I joined. Shadow Beast said FR. Trust Thackett said Abstics, can you add me, I'm localscolic 2608. Abstics said turn mic off. Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or request without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Trust Thackett said PLS. Abstics said send me a friend request, it's open for now. Shadow Beast said yes. Trust Thackett said okay. Trust Thackett said bet that. Shadow Ops said Abstics, are you going to do Abstics says TMR or a few days later? Abstics said 4 more people to join the party. Abstics said hurry up. Shadow Beast said just do it now. Abstics said after getting my new mic, we're doing Abstics says and more fun customs. Shadow Ops said let's go, he'll be there. Arrakis2 said don't read party channel. Arrakis2 said I repeat don't. Abstics said we'll make a nice racetrack like yesterday, see. Roitsch said are we going to DTST it? Cameroon asks could we start in a bit? Shadow Ops said I just hope soon. Arrakis2 asks can I help? Trust Thackett said Abstics do you have a PS4? Abstics said we're doing it soon. Abstics said 3 more people. Broitsch asks, are we going to fight? Abstics said yes you can, but don't grief. Arrakis2 said okay. Shadow Beast asks what we can fight. Broitsch said wait, what are the customs about? Broitsch said customs. Scythup said we can do a racetrack, her name written on it. Shadow Ops said Abstics, are you going to build the racetrack or who is going to build it? Trust Thackett said I have Nick A30 added. Abstics said no. We're filming a YouTube shorts. Scythup said but don't break. Scythup said that's for everyone. Abstics said Seif. Abstics said everyone join the party if you wanna be on the YouTube shorts. If you try and grief our YouTube video, you're getting a permanent banned. Shadow Ops said don't check the party text channel, I repeat. Arrakis2 said JB. Scythup said why does the narrator say CE? Arrakis2 said Seif. Arrakis2 said I'ma say it. Arrakis2 said I am doing IT. Internal_error. Shadow Beast said CEEFUP. Arrakis2 said job. Scythup asks what? Shadow Beast said cuz. Arrakis2 said GRSS. Scythup said I'ma build a track, no one break please. Shadow Ops said Abstics don't look party text channels. Camaruin said one more. Broitsch said I'm so confused, are we going to fight or just hang out? Shadow Ops said Seif I'ma not break it. Shadow Beast said Duax. Abstics said no fight. Broitsch said oh. Broitsch said brew. Shadow Beast said inverted exclamation mark. Abstics said we're filming a YouTube shorts of all of us hitting the same emote and moving through a race track. Abstics said if you try and grief our YouTube video, you're getting a permanent banned. Arrakis2 said Seif is pushing Unk status. Scythup said Arrakis take back what you said. Shadow Beast said inverted exclamation mark 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 inverted exclamation mark. Arrakis2 said sorry Unk. Scythup said don't Unk me skull emoji. Shadow Ops said see feel promise I don't break it and deal promise I'ma not grief anything. Arrakis2 said sorry Abstics Seif Funk has dementia. said yay yay bye. Shadow Beast said what servers are we on? Internal_error. Abstics said don't worry about server. Shadow Beast said I have 200 ping. Abstics said we're not fighting. Abstics said everyone F the comic kid. Arrakis2 said I'ma get sent back him on 800 ping. Arrakis2 said ooh. Trust that it said yo Abstics I'm and that you okay. Shadow Ops said Elam Afghan till racetrack is built. Abstics said everyone return to lobby. Abstics said we're not gonna take those kids in. Shadow Ops said I am in the lobby. Shadow Beast asks I'm fine right? Shadow Beast said BRB. Scythe Up said bro you didn't listen to me. Scythe Up said kick Peterbutt. Abstics said don't worry. Abstics said just back out. Scythe Up said and set defiant. Scythe Up said kick defiant. Shadow Ops said gosh listen to Abstics the most and the mods as well. Cameroon asks will you give instructions via the game chat? Abstics said can't wait. Shadow Ops said should I recused because I didn't done anything. Shadow Beast asks and I join? Abstics asks who's Stormy hey? Chase Lewington said me. Shadow Ops said Abstics, can I join? Scythe Up said accept my request. Shadow Ops said I am even in the Discord. Abstics said everyone on YouTube or Twitch request to join and tell me your user. Shadow Beast said same plaza. Chase Lewington said stormy_hey2. Internal_error. Shadow Beast said Shadow Beast. Shadow Ops said Stoshnuffy65. Scythe Up said Peterbot and Defiant are banned from joining. Abstics said hurry up. Arrakis2 said C-Funk. Abstics said don't ban them BCZ, they don't know what's going on RN. Scythe Up said WTH do you want bro? Arrakis2 said add me, hope you didn't forget me cuz you have dementia. Abstics asks who else wanna join us? Cameroon asks can I join Abstics? Shadow Beast said 6-second delay. Abstics said hurry up. Abstics asks which are you all in? Abstics said sure. Abstics said hurry up. Scythe Up said I'm not adding you. Chase Lewington said there is stream delay. Shadow Ops said everyone who is joining please listen to Abstics and the mod Scythe. Scythe Up said I wish they do listen. Arrakis2 said YC Funk. Abstics said they will listen. Shadow Ops said is the problem they don't listen so many times. Shadow Beast said C-Funk. Cameroon said please don't grief. Abstics asks anyone else? Scythe Up asks don't unk me? Chase Lewington said I listen to Abstics. Shadow Ops said stop and Scythe. Shadow Beast said say funk. Shadow Ops said stop punk Scythe I mean. Arrakis2 said how will I grief on 800 bing unk Scythe. Abstics said stop calling him unk. Scythe Up said call me daddy face with tongue emoji. Arrakis2 said BET. Arrakis2 said daddy Scythe. Scythe Up said oops. Shadow Beast said I'm on 200 pings. Shadow Beast said hey daddy. Scythe Up said no stop. Shadow Beast said no. Arrakis2 said daddy. Shadow Beast said smiling face with horns emoji. Arrakis2 said mine's dead. Arrakis2 said why you like it? tired face emoji. Sight up, said Rip. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Abstics said everyone equip my skin. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Shadow Ops said what's her skin called? Abstics said Yumi. Arrakis2 said I only have one skin. Arrakis2 said I only have Defuel or Lego. Shadow Ops said I don't got the skin sadly. Abstics said no problem. Shadow Beast said same. Shadow Ops said can I stay at Aphrodite? Abstics said yes NP. Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or requests without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Emma Johnston said Shadow said sorry Sci-Fu oh. Shadow Ops said bro Abstics he'll wait so long until it's finished. Abstics said Emma, you must agree. Abstics asks, you're not allowed to send invites or requests without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Emma Johnston said that was me goat_045. Abstics said yes, but you must agree and follow the rules. Abstics said we all will hit the grid emote and go through the track today. Abstics said everyone set a button for auto run. Abstics said our movement must be synced. Emma Johnston asks, I am 10 and you add them? Emma Johnston just followed. Abstics said if you wanna join you must follow the rules. Shadow Ops said Abstics, I am just trying to make this floor invisibly. Scythe Up said Abstics, go to replay. Scythe Up said someone resetted. Shimmer_snipe said hi. Abstics said who reset it. Abstics said WSP. Shimmer_snipe said can you add me? Shadow Ops said not me, I am just trying to make this floor invisibly. Abstics said hold on. Abstics said I'ma make a box, if you exit the box you will get banned. Shadow Ops said can I try to make this floor invisibly? Chase Lewington said my game crashed. Shadow Beast said I'm not a puppy. Shimmer_snipe said can you add me on Fortnite, I'm name is Cyrus Aquad. Chase Lewington said game crashed. Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or requests without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Flewington said thanks. Shimmer_snipe asks what is your name? Abstics said Abstics. Kith said cheeky viewers on streamable.com, remove the space at Yehovic. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Berry1 said can I join? Internal_error. Shimmer_snipe said you have is not active a friend request. Berry1 said can I join now? Abstics asks you're not allowed to send invites or requests without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Abstics said you must follow our rules. Berry1 said okay. Berry1 said okay. Abstics said we won't accept you in this YouTube video. Berry1 said oh man. Abstics said you join the next customs. Abstics said join the Discord server. Abstics said DSC. Nightbot said join the Discord community of Abstics. Berry1 said I told you I don't have it before. Berry1 said you said I could be in it. Abstics asks were you on YouTube then? Shimmer_snipe said I'm named Saris Squad. Berry1 said yes. Berry1 said good. Abstics said Ken. Abstics said so you just need to be engaged with my community, earn a trust the I'll let you in. Abstics said we got so many griefers yesterday. Shadow Ops said Abstics how much longer? Berry1 asks what servers? Abstics said so we won't accept anyone except the trusted people. Berry1 said or. Abstics said not much. Berry1 asks what servers you on? Abstics said you can't join. Abstics said it's private. Berry1 said bruh. Abstics said you can join after the shorts is ready. Abstics said it's for YouTube shorts. Berry1 said you said I could be in the short. Berry1 said you said at 5:19 p.m. Berry1 said Eastern Time. Abstics said okay, but if you violate any rules you are getting permanent banned. Berry1 said okay. Chase Lewington said how much longer? Abstics said request to join. Berry1 said so how do I join? Berry1 said okay. Abstics Abstics said, did I add you? Berry one said, I think you unadded me. Berry one said, I didn't do anything if you did unadd me too. Abstics asks, what's a user? Berry one said, I requested. Berry one said, do I turn off my mic? Shadow Ops said, bro, why so hard to make a floor invisibly? Abstics said, if it's good no prob. Berry one said, okay. Riseland Ant said you. Abstics said WSP. Chase Lewington said, yo Shadow. Riseland Ant said, can I play with you? Shadow Ops said, yay key. Abstics said, after some time. Abstics asks, which emote are we doing? Internal underscore error. Shadow Ops said, gritty I thought. Shadow Ops said, what is chase? Kason Cox said, hey, can I join out? Invite you. Sorry, I moved my request. Shadow Ops said, does anyone know how long to edit and fast to make a floor in sibling? Abstics asks, why did you leave? Kason Cox said, my name is Fatima through I'm requesting. Rez said, hi. Abstics said, WSP. Abstics said, you all can join after a few minutes. Kason Cox said, I request to join. My name is Flat Kangaroo 284. Rez said S. Abstics said, we can accept you after a few minutes. Rez said S. Rez said S. Rez said S. Rez said S. Shadow Ops said, does anyone know how fast and you need to edit a floor till it's invisibly? Rez said S. Arrakis2 said 15 seconds. Kason Cox asks, hey, can I join? Abstics said after some time. Case in Cox asks, can you give us a timer when we can join? Abstics said I'll let you all know in the chat. Abstics said when we start fighting. Kason Cox said, hey, I have to go do something in like 20-30 minutes, so if you could play with me, that would be fun. Kason Cox said, let me join. Max Pro said, hi cutie. Kason Cox asks, what service are you on? Lucas Sim Bennett I've just followed. Goat underscore 188 said hi. Shorts said, can I join your party? Shadow Ops said, can we start 5? Joshua Wilson said, yo. Isaiah Shorts said, can I request to join? Abstics said, after a few minutes. Isaiah Shorts said okay. Cameroon asks Abstics, I'm so sorry my game crashed again, can I join again? Sorry. Abstics said hurry up. Cameroon said okay, thank you. Isaiah Shorts said how can I join? Cameroon said I'll request to join in a sec if you don't mind. Jason Cox said let me join. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Cameroon said I'm almost here. Isaiah Shorts said let me join. Cameroon said I just wanted to say Abstics, I truly admire her dedication to the streams, so I hope you get noticed by more people in the future. Kason Cox said let me join. Night Wolf said, can you guys stop saying let me join? It's kinda getting annoying and old not to be rude. Abstics said what happened, Seif. Gaming Starbuster said, can I join? Kason Cox asks, are you almost done? Shine said, can I join? Shine said, and hi. Abstics said, yes, you guys can join now. Abstics asks, you're not allowed to send invites or request without my permission if you wanna be added by me, agree? Shine said, epic. Abstics said, tell me a user if you are grey 8. Shine said, live news. Kason Cox said, Kason Cox said, Kason Cox said. Gaming Starbuster said, can I join? Abstics said yes. Abstics said, request to join me. Shine said, can you free nid me? It says you're not accepting free nid requests. Shine said, my user is live news. Gaming Starbuster said, in Cookie Isle. Abstics said, tell me a user. Shine said, can you free with me so I can join? Shine said, live news. Abstics asks, is that her username? Shine said yeah. Shadow Ops said, Abstics, I need to go off. Abstics said okay. Abstics said bye. Chad Zero Wopst said, here is the clip. It said, yo stick, this is a big thing because this is my first time to actually show that I'm good, so I just want to shout out to him because you Abstics are my first sponsor. I just want to say thank you. Trust that it said, a stick goated. Abstics said K. Shine said, now it will say Sandlot 40. Gaming Starbuster said, Abstics PvP me. Shadow Ops said I send it clip in Twitch stream live chat. Abstics asks what's her user? Abstics said okay Shadow thanks. Trust that kid said me. Shadow Ops said no problem. Abstics said anyone can join our game now. Abstics said search Abstics to play the map Mystic Gunfight if you wanna play with me or join our game. Our game is public and we're on the Europeat server. So you can solo queue to join our game. Trust that kid said what's my user Abstics. Abstics said search Abstics to play the map Mystic Gunfight if you wanna play with me or join our game. Our game is public and we're on the Europeat server. So you can solo queue to join our game. Arakis2 said no it's private. Internal_error. Trust that kid said okay man and also you are the best streamer and don't stop streaming because you always made me happy man thank you. Shadow Ops said so he'll close stream now have fun to y'all. Case in Fox said Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Nightbot said tip Abstics here. Chase Lewington said BRPLS. Case in Cox said Tapper Fade. Chase Lewington said him out.
Yeah, bye, Abstics. I'm getting off.
Cameroon asks, are you okay, Abstics? Chase Lewington said, him back, are you AFK? Cameroon said, I gotta go now but see you later. Abstics said yes. Abstics said via. Abstics said, him back. Abstics said, I'll upload the YouTube shorts later. Chase Lewington said okay. Cameroon said, thank you for a great time. Brodius Scoted 33 said, can I play? Abstics said yes. Chase Lewington said, can we play BR? Brodius Scoted 33 said okay. Abstics said, let all your friends know about me. Brodius Scoted 33 said, my name is Brobo134590. Abstics said, we played BR Customs earlier today. Cameroon said, I already have. Face with tears of joy emoji, face with tears of joy emoji. Chase Lewington said okay. Chase Lewington said, I was there. Brodius Scoted 33 asks, do you have a mic? Scoted 33 said okay time. Chase Lewington said, after this is stream over. Brodius Scoted 33 said, add me. Abstics said, tell me a user. Casein Cox said, hey, I have to go, I'll be right back. Cameroon asks, so when do you normally end stream? Abstics said K. Brodius Rootscoated 33 said bro 134590. Abstics said 8 or 9 p.m. Scyfup said there is no way my Wi-Fi server were down for goddamn 30 minutes. Abstics said now it's 7:38 p.m. Cameroon said so exactly 5 hours before me. Chase Lewington said what about mythics customs? Brodius Rootscoated 33 said it my name okay. Scyfup said OFC y'all destroyed the Abstics floor track. Abstics said yep. Gaming Starbuster said what the heck. Scyfup said OFC I can't stand these kids. Cameroon said more west than me then. Face with tears of joy emoji, face with tears of joy emoji. Abstics said pew pew pew. Scyfup said who destroyed what I built. Abstics said I'm not there yet but my clock it's set to that. Scyfup said I'ma destroy his life. Abstics said they broke it. Cameroon said I see I was gonna say probably in America. Abstics said I could see exactly who. Scyfup said OFC they had to. Abstics said but we got the shorts. Scyfup asks did you use Rift to see her whole name? Jason McEwen said hello. Abstics said they didn't give me the chance to do it. Jason McEwen said what? Abstics said next time we do it even better. Scyfup said OFC OFC OFC. Abstics said only you and me will be there. Jason McEwen said wait. Scyfup said there is no next time I'm done. Cameroon said see ya. Jason McEwen said GGGGGGGGGGGGG. Scyfup said 1 hour of building it and random kids destroy it. Abstics said see ya. Chase Lewington said Cypher, you're right. Jason McEwen said G 1 million times. Admin error 404 said, or I keep on missing out frowning face emoji. Gaming Starbuster said why the server restarting. Abstics asks where do I get the Fortnite griddy song? Admin error 404 said time limit. Abstics said don't worry about it. Admin error 404 said I'm gonna post a car I spotted RL. But I want to know what one I should post cause there's multiple. Abstics said you can post all. Admin error 404 said the Hellcat or Supra. Admin error 404 said I only post one at a time. Abstics said okay. Gaming Starbuster said okay. Abstics said chat this gritty clip might actually go viral. Abstics said we have to see. Admin error 404 asks Hellcat or Supra? Abstics said Hellcat. Admin error 404 said okay. Brodius Rutscoted 33 said me what a username. Abstics said Abstics. Abstics said but you can't add me. Rodius with Scoted 33 said K. Abstics said tell me a user if you follow the rules.
Abstics, what's your YouTube again? I
Send invites
forgot
or
to subscribe
requests
to
without
it.
my
And I
permission if
can't
you
find
want to
it. I
be
think
added by me. Agree? Shine said 101v1. Abstics said yeah. Rodius with Scoted 33 said not working. Rodius with Scoted 33 said add me. Abstics said tell me a user. Lachlan Tilson said Rodius with Scoted 33 said my name is Brobro134590. Rodius with Scoted 33 said admin. Rodius with Scoted 33 said tie. Rodius with Scoted 33 said let me join. Said what's wrong? Use underscore and underscore Cooper said Cooper bet. Eternal underscore. Tell them to stop. Admin error 404 said already posted the Hellcats, but what should be next post suit or AI? Shine said you and me are 1v1 IG. Abstics said you can 1v1 when Terry's none. Abstics said now play FFA. Never Lozova just followed. Abstics said Lambo. Gaming Starbuster said Rip. Abstics said thanks for the follow. Abstics said me versus you all. Gaming Starbuster said I bet. Shine said, bro, will you tell the other kid to kill not me every time? Shine said, because you said UV everyone. Abstics asks, who's the kid? Brodius with Scotted 33 said I joined. Brodius with Scotted 33 said him 11. Shine said that kid. Abstics asks C. Chase Lewington said him back. Abstics said it. Pringles said. Abstics said WSP. I still for some time, so I know I might join you fun if you don't mind. Said I'm loading in. Abstics said alright. Trust that he said blockchain. Trust that kid said sorry man. Abstics said never mind, you can join us anytime we're playing. Haggis just followed. R1234 said, hey Abstics, I feel a bit better, what's up? Abstics said great. Hitshukan R1234 said all. Abstics said we made a W clip today. Hitshukan R1234 said, did you post it? Abstics said not yet. Hitshukan R1234 said okay. Night Boss said Abstics here. Gaming Starbuster said the game. It shook an R1234 said wow just happened. Scythe Up said that was fun ain't gon' lie. Abstics said GG's to everyone. Abstics asks, do you guys wanna play? Gaming Starbuster said Battle Royale. Abstics said can't play BR right now. It shook an R1234 said Abstick I have to go we can play TMR for sure. Gaming Starbuster said okay. Abstics said I'm edit for the YouTube shorts.
Been a go, but it's just some stuff I won't let her do.
Abstics asks anyone wanna join? Abstics said join right now. Shine said nee, I'm fine. Abstics said guys I'm a lead by. Abstics said see you all tomorrow again. Abstics said peace up. Scythup asks are going off. Scythup said see ya. Gaming Starbuster said bye. Abstics said yep. Scythup said dang.